Hey, hello world. I'm Code Eric. I'm here to jam. I'm working on a new project, and I'll talk about it if someone jumps in here and asks me. Until then, I'm just gonna start hacking, because I'm just here to have fun, get some stuff done. So let's hit it. I'm on one screen today, so you can see OBS, and that's gonna be relevant because I'm working on like a backend basically for my production workflow. And I've got a Tamagui app up and running, which is great. Okay. And I'm listening to a reggaeton playlist. Some hype Latino music. I love it. So welcome to Tamagui, and we can run this. We are running this. I've configured it to run on this port, 7707. Okay, so one thing we want to do is we want to set up our server and connect to our server. Let me close the node modules because that's hard to see. Okay, so I have written some code for this, but not much. So I'm going to be importing code from this other little place where I was hacking on it. Okay, so we need to get server and setup copied. You'd think that this would be part of the setup process here. I'm going to change this a bit. For now, let's just get our API server running. 7780 or 7770. Okay. We're just coming up with a unique port. And this is the Prezo server, but we need to get that server created. So we're going to need Socket.io and Express. We've got Express here. We need to add it to our project, and Socket.io server. So our package is called Zerv Prezo server. So we'll add Express, and we'll add Socket.io. Okay, we've got Express and Socket.io here. That's always nice. And we need HTTP. That's just a built-in Node.js module, and that's kind of how the server is constructed. And we haven't used Socket.io yet, but we'll get there. At this point, I think the server will run. So I'll do yarn dev. And dev calls a few things. It calls the next app, and it also calls the server setup. So it uses concurrently to do both. And so it's running Prezo server dev. And that is the key stuff that we've been working on. Dev just runs nodemon, and then it uses ESR, which is esbuild, compiles the code and runs it instantly. It's just a little handy tool, especially for development. Okay, Prezo server on localhost. Okay, this looks good. The reason it can't get slash is because we haven't even set up a single route. So I'm just going to copy this app.on or app.get. So now it should respond with this. Okay, good. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay, we need to, basically the point of the server is to act as a backend while I'm recording, which is meant to be like a fun thing to sort of optimize my production workflow here. Just so that I don't have to spend so much time editing, and ideally I spend no time editing and I just press buttons and my videos are produced while I'm streaming is kind of the idea. So that way I don't have to spend half my life editing and I can still get content out for people. So I/O is something that's going to talk to our next app. And we're running yarn dev, so I think this home screen will load as well. Let me check the port that it's on. It looks like the next app is on 7707. Okay, welcome to Tamagui. So I'm building off of Tamagui because I want it to be kind of pretty. Just for myself, really. But I'm going to delete a bunch of stuff and replace it with other things. This is an X stack, so I guess that's a horizontal stack. A and B. Oh, did I forget to close something? Okay, we're in one big Y stack. Okay, so we have A and B, and these are links. It looks like the first link doesn't work. Oh, it does. I just clicked them too fast. No problem. All right, and I'm also gonna, we don't need this my component thing. We're gonna write most of our code here in the next app. Okay, what is Sheet Demo? Sheet Demo is a demo for Sheets, which is Tamagui feature for like a cool pop-up thing, but don't really need this right now if I'm being honest. So I'm just gonna kind of delete it. We'll get it back when we feel like it. So A is going to be like start recording. It's a button. It's going to have like an on press. Might as well just inline the definition here, right here. And I'll copy paste. Okay. I'm going to delete this title here. So now we need our app to be able to connect to the WebSocket server. So we need a dependency for that. We're going to need to install Socket.io client. And who's the Socket.io client? It's just socket.io-client, and I need to make sure I'm installing it to the correct location here. The package right now is just called next app. Whatever, we should probably rename that. Yarn workspace, next app add socket.io client. Okay. And now we can restart our server. So for now, I'm just going to bake everything on screen. Maybe? No? I'll just create a separate package here because we're going to have at least two different screens chatting with the client. So I'll just call it client.ts. Okay, it seems to realize that that's a thing. That's great. From my other old project, I'm going to copy. Okay. So basically here we specify the port of our server, and then we can also do socket.on. So I'm going to copy this use preso state thing, and we're going to need to kind of get some socket behavior happening on the server as well, of course. Okay, TypeScript everything, and 7770. Imported as IO. We also need the buttons to actually do something, right? So we'll have use control. I'm just going to put a bunch of like shortcuts into socket.io here. We have like socket.emit, I think. Yeah, previously I had two different apps, and then I decided this is not how I wanted to do it. These were Expo apps, but now I'm using Next, which are not mutually exclusive projects, but they can be. App.js control. Right, yeah, it's socket.emit. So like start recording. Okay. We'll just pass null for now, but maybe we're going to want to have an argument for start recording in the future. So now our home screen, or our place where we have those buttons, it's just called screen, which is not a very good name. We're going to want to use, what's it called? What was it called? Use control. Okay, we want to get this button to do something on the server. Just going to clean up a few of these dependencies. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now, for example, if we're in here and we should be able to see that we connect to the server. I'm going to refresh, ... and then I'll hit start recording, see if anything happens. So we're connected via WebSockets. So I can filter the network. Oops, I want to change the scale of view. That's the throttling, of course. Where's the dropdown for resource type? But anyways, if we find, oh, here's the WebSocket connection. Now this is the HMR, and here's the socket.io. Messages. So yeah, we can see that we sent a start recording with null argument. Now on the server side, we need to actually be ready for that. So we've got this function on the server called start recording. We need to actually bind that to our socket. So there's references to a bunch of things that are not here right now, but I'm just going to comment out those things for now. So now when we tap start recording, we want to see the server like say that, hey, recording has started. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now let's go ahead and connect to OBS because, I mean, clearly I'm streaming through OBS right now. Yeah, if I turn off the camera, you can see the camera goes away and you can see that we're currently recording and we're streaming. And I'll bring the camera back for now. But we want to interface with this bad boy and basically manage the recording workflow of it. So that way we can be streaming and all of this stuff can happen to help automate like what I'm up to. And another thing that we can do is we can load a custom HTML, like we can load a custom browser doc is what OBS refers to this as, controls. So 7709, what was it? What port are we on for the web? 7707. And for now, we'll just leave it there. And here we can see the start and stop recording button is showing up now in OBS. Close you. So let's go ahead and copy over for stop recording, and then we'll set up the OBS connection. Okay, I'll just copy stop recording. Oh, it's called complete recording. No problem. Maybe we'll have also abandon recording. So it's going to be an OBS call. We'll get you back here. So yeah, basically when a connection comes up, we start listening to the messages that it may emit. And we also want to make sure that the preso state, like the current state of what's happening on the server, is available to the client. So that's what all these references to preso state is for. And preso state is actually a type that's shared on the client. So I'm going to get that type copied over at this point. Blap, blap, blap. I'm just doing find so that I can see the references to preso state. Okay, so there's a type for preso state, and there's the actual local state that's on the server. So inside of server, let's just go ahead and do let state equals preso state, and preso state needs to be available on the client. So we have a separate package set up already for that in types, preso types. Oops. So we'll go ahead and export this type. And then on server, we should hopefully be able to auto import preso types. Great, so the preso state. We have something called update preso state, and we also have a set of handlers, basically, which are basically the current listeners to the preso state. And what the transaction does is it basically runs this updater function that you pass in. It's like a little transaction function and a little function right here. And if the state does not match, we don't update. We only update if the state actually changes. So update the preso state, blah, blah, blah. Let's go ahead and do this. And we've got the record start time. So yeah, we'll still do the OBS in a second. So one thing that we do is we emit the preso state as soon as a socket connects, because the client needs to know not just when a state updates, but like the initial state. And then we have the state updater, which is basically we want to subscribe so that everyone's listening when the state changes. Woohoo! So that these sockets will see it. And remember, from the client, we already have used preso state. So we have socket.onPreso state. We set preso state internally. The only problem with this is that it won't capture the initial preso state. So what we should probably actually do is do this outside of here. And we can maybe mess around with this hook that I've been meaning to use, this hook that's built into React. So basically what we're doing is we're making sure that the module is always listening to the preso state from the server, regardless of like if this component has been mounted before, because this is only going to appear inside of mounted components. Okay, so it's null initially, and then when we get an update from the server, we set the local version. And we also want to have this handler pattern. The other thing is we can now import this type. And it's using our local monorepo here to grab it. And I'll go ahead and use the as keyword because we don't know. It's not assignable to null. Right, here. Null or preso state. Okay. It's kind of strange that it was happening. I see, it had inferred that the type was null. Okay, so use preso state is now busted. Use sync external store. I'll admit I haven't actually used this hook yet, but it's a really good hook. Because this is effectively what we're creating here, is preso state is an external store. This is a very simple store right now, but that's fine. Okay. I hope we have access to this hook in our current version of React. Do we have to install this from somewhere? Section is incomplete. Please see the old docs. Okay, we're on the old docs. I know there's an NPM library for use sync external store. Maybe we'll just install this shim. It was last updated 5 months ago. What version of React are we rocking right now? 18.2. Does it tell us what version of React actually supports this? I want to use the new cool thing instead of state and useEffect, which is the terrible, boring way of doing it. It's under construction, I understand, but I was hoping that this would already be available inside of React 18.2 or whatever version of React we're messing with. This is the docs for 18.2. Maybe types React is out of date. Oh yeah, why are types React out of sync here? 18.0.0, but we want to do like I think this one will get the latest version of types React. I'm hoping this will get things working for us. Okay, here, this other package is using 18, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to quit the server, run yarn so that it gets our latest type packages that tells us about use async external store. Okay, now, yay, it knows about it. So subscribe is going to be a function that basically subscribes. Sorry, that was not very helpful, I'm sure, but I need to look at the docs to see what their actual signature is. Well, here, maybe I can just see the signature by doing this. And then get snapshot and get server snapshot. Okay, so this is not going to be rendered on the server, or if it does, it's just going to, I'll return null. This is really a client-side thing. So get snapshot is going to be a function that returns preso state. Null is not assignable to type blah 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 void. Preso state. Oh, here, I'm going to just get rid of u in u. I think that may have been confusing TypeScript. So basically the subscriber is going to be handler. And we're going to have a set of handlers, much like how on the server we have a set of handlers. These are so this is the TLDR. Oh, Prettier says I've screwed something up. I can't even understand my code right now. I'm confused. It says it's confused on line 16, but oh. Yeah. I don't know what that was for. I'll just delete that. Okay, so maybe for usync external store, oh, it did infer the generic type correctly. It says that it's preso state or null. Okay, so now I need to go check the docs. Store.subscribe. It's got the callback. There must be a way to remove the store handler as well, right? Function to register a callback that is called whenever the store changes. What I'll do is I'll return a callback that basically does the removal of it. Oh, and that fixed the type signature. Delete. So this is one of the easiest ways to kind of set up handlers, is to have a set, because then you can just add and delete the callback. Okay, maybe this will work. So now if we look at the, yeah, use preso state is always just going to return a preso state or null. Okay, screen. Let's go ahead and get use preso state. And for now, I will just do a title, or a headline, I think. What was the Tamagui headline component? I just deleted this a minute ago. Oh, it's heading. And do I specify children, or how would you like me to use heading? Okay, I think I can just type some text in here. Okay, we need to import it, of course. We're not running our server. We start up our server again. Module parse failed. This is not cool. This is going to slow me down. If you have the ability to, I recommend fast forwarding this part where I try to understand what the hell this problem is. It's a problem with client.ts. There's no loader. Okay. The dumbest thing that this could be fixed by is renaming it to .tsx. Because it's not really using TypeScript or JSX inside of here. Oh, it's looking for client in the wrong location. So screen. I auto-imported this. This is not my fault. Where did I put the client file? Oh, I did put it in the wrong location. Because it's part of the app. Okay, okay. So it says A, but the real test was to see if it gets the preso state. So I'll do the dumb thing. Okay, is recording false? I hit start recording, and we are missing some code, it seems. Because we're not getting any errors, but we do get start recording on the server side. We have update preso state. You know what? Update preso state probably is missing some stuff. No, this looks pretty good. I'm gonna clean up this. Now one thing I'll do is I'll check to see if the, oh, here I'll refresh to see if, no. Okay, we're still having issues. Refresh. And we'll take a look at our trusty socket. Okay, so it's an issue on the client because clearly the WebSocket behavior is working. We're getting is recording true back. Oh, you know what the problem probably is that we're not actually calling the state updater that we've defined. So changes are not getting called. Get the type safety to pass here. Okay. So yay, usync external store might be working for us here. I think that's way more elegant than the use effect and use state pattern. Okay, so let's get stop recording working so that we can actually test this properly. Complete recording. Okay, and server side complete recording looks good. It'll at least toggle it, right? So I'm just going to refresh so that we have confidence. We're recording. Oh, we press start. Now we press stop. So the record start time is updating, but is recording here is not. So at start, it says true. On complete, it says false. Update Preso state is the same thing that's being called. We're getting complete, right? Oh. Oh, you know what? We actually need to use this client. Okay, stop recording. All right. So now we have interactions working from our client to our server. Let's get this heading above. And maybe we'll just use like text or something. This will be a little bit more subtle. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere at least. Also, we want probably start and stop recording to be dependent on whether or not we are currently recording. So if we are recording, we want to render complete recording. Otherwise, we render start recording. I'm committing the sin of using a ternary in in my JSX. It's not an actual sin, I'm just trolling. Okay. Complete recording, start recording. Alrighty now. Now we're making some progress. So, server side. Let's actually set up our connection to OBS, and I'll show you how that's working, what tool we're using for that. It's funny that's complaining that it can't find the type declarations, but clearly it is it able to see the type the recording? The package.json refers to the correct thing. Man, on the server side, I thought this was gonna work. I thought this did work. Like I checked this before, but it doesn't really know what a slide is because I can't follow this link. Isn't that confusing like the autocomplete works? Here, I'm just gonna restart TypeScript and maybe it'll decide that we've improved our situation. It has. Look, now TypeScript is able to follow through. You gotta love it. It's only slightly confusing. No, it's extremely confusing, but okay, so start recording and stop recording is not actually affecting the recording status here in OBS. As you can see, we are still like actively recording. So that's something to be fixed. That's a pretty easy and fun fix to do because we just need to install our WebSocket connection to OBS. So yarn add yarn workspace serve Preso web, I think is what it's called. Add, and here it's a package called literally OBS WebSocket.js. Oh, it's just called Next App, of course, naturally. Okay. Okay, so we're instantiating OBS out on the sort of module level of our server. I'll just do it near the top here. So I need to import you. Then we need to actually set up and connect to our WebSocket. And this requires to know the port of OBS and the password. And that's pretty simple. I just need to copy and paste that again, naturally. This password would be really important if this server were like publicly accessible, or if this computer were publicly accessible, but it's not. So inside of OBS, there's like under tools, there's OBS WebSocket settings. So the new version of OBS like actually includes OBS WebSocket built in. It's so epic. I love it so much. It used to be like you have to install this plugin. But here, look, we are. So OBS WebSocket server is enabled. Here's the port and here's the password. And here it'll even show us which WebSockets are currently connected. So I'll leave this open so we can see it working in a minute, hopefully. Did I save this? Does this look pretty complete? I'm going to make it so that on start and stop recording, we're going to call some things into OBS. And what's great about this plugin is like all of this stuff is auto-completed. Isn't this crazy cool? So these are all the messages we can send to OBS. I'm very hyped for this. Okay, yarn dev, server, blah, blah, blah. I don't see anything except OBS is trying to send me a notification, which I will allow. Dangerously allow. And yes, here's the connection. Session duration, 15 seconds. Awesome. So, and we're currently recording. You can't see because it's my camera, but so I'm going to go basically try pressing stop recording right here. I don't know, I might want to refresh this little page because I'm nervous that it broke. So is recording is false right now, but that's incorrect because it's according to the server and not according to OBS itself. So I'll hit start recording and we got a crash. Who crashed? It looks like the server crashed. So maybe it's upset that we're trying to start recording when it's not actually recording yet. I think that's probably the issue here. So to fix this, to quote unquote fix this, I'm just going to, I'll hit save on the server and it should restart the server, yeah? And then I'm going to just test if that was the actual issue. I'm going to hit stop recording. And from the app, I'll hit start recording. Okay. So that was the issue. Now if I hit complete recording, it says it's stopping and it's done. Okay. So now we're able to control OBS through our little app, through OBS itself. And I know you're probably wondering, like, why are you making this app when you could just use the button over here? It's a fair question, but there's a lot of answers that I'll get to. So if you really want to know, just keep watching or ask me. Okay, so PresoState has its own internal representation of is recording, but we really want OBS itself to tell us that. So, no problem. So OBS call get record status. We'll do that at the end of our startup phase. We asynchronously connect. So at this point, when we call, we should actually have access to call get record status. And then we want to have the callback for get record status. It's called recorded state changed, it seems. So we'll copy this and we'll say that when OBS record state changes, we're going to want to do an update to our preso state. I forget what the format is though, so I'm just going to look at the log statements. Prezo server is running. Start recording. We get 2 state updates, that it's starting and that it has started. It also tells us the output path. That might come in handy. And I'll hit stop recording so I can see what that signature looks like as well. Output state is stopping. Output active. Okay, so we're really going to look at output active and save that into is recording. e.outputActive. Good, and TypeScript agrees that this is a sensible thing to do. And we're doing a transaction on the state, so we want to do ... state. And should we include the path as well? Why not? e.output path. It says it doesn't exist, but it definitely does. We've seen it exist. So I'll say as null or string. Does this allow me to coerce it? Okay, this is a lie. But whatever. Okay, anyways, we want to say that recording path needs to exist on the state itself. Oops. Interesting how there's not even commas or anything here. This is an interesting formatting. Doesn't matter though. Okay, so recording path is set. So hopefully we'll see even the recording path show up like on our web browser or in our control interface. So currently the recording is not here. Oops. I'm going to go to OBS and try toggling the recording and seeing if the front end updates automatically. And the other thing I want to do, I just want to make sure that I have done this before I forget about it, is recording should only be toggled through this workflow. So here, is recording is being changed? Not cool. Not cool. Because is recording is really should be coming from OBS itself. Okay, I'm just going to hit refresh. It's aware that is recording is false. And here I'm going to hit start recording. And it does. It transforms. It tells us what the recording path is. If I hit refresh, it agrees that we're already recording. So now even if we're already recording, like it's not the end of the world. Although the record start time might be null because it wasn't started through this app, which is not great. But because yeah, we're trying to accomplish multiple things with this thing that we're building. We want to make sure that we can do like on-screen behavior and also like create a file output that will allow us to like automatically edit the recording. And that's the real dream here, is to be able to do like a one-take recording and like press a few buttons during it in order to like do splices or cut things out. And so yeah, this is the intent. And also I want to be able to make a script basically. So maybe we should move on to the scripting capabilities and do some titles, or should we do some scene changes? What other buttons do I want to have here in addition to like this pausing the recording thing? I think that would be a fun thing to add support for. Like if I'm AFK and I want to like put a quick note up on the screen, let's do that. And also maybe we should do camera toggle. Okay, let's do camera toggle now, because I think that would be fun. Okay, so there's get record status. What else is there? obs.call.get right. Get group list. Get monitor list. Oh boy. What is get scene list? Scene list changed. Because we want to know if the camera is currently on and have that inside of our preso state, much like we're doing with recording. And we can even check the type of this. It's a bunch of JSON objects. That's not a very good descriptor of a scene. It looks like these types aren't as robust as I had initially thought. Hit save. It's as if this get record status and get scene list is not working, because we're not getting this initial recording state either. Right, so it thinks we're not recording, but we actually are. So we have found a bug, because is recording should be true here. So I'm going to do the hacky thing, just as like an experiment, and then maybe we'll find a better solution, just to see if this is the problem. I'm going to wait like half a second before calling these guys to make sure that we're properly connected. Even if I delay the timeout, or make it a whole second. So yeah, we're telling OBS to give us the current scenes, but we're not getting them. I'm going to try to move this here after we've connected. I don't know why that would affect it, but so this event is working, right? Because if we toggle recording, we get those recording states, but the initial state is not working. So this is like OBS WebSocket API. I'm not sure who's documented this. This is the actual link to the plugin. Do you have docs? Docs would be very nice. Do you have any examples for getting the initial state? Here's a set, here's a toggle. Oh. OBS.call is an actual RPC behavior. I assumed it was like a WebSocket, like blast, like fire and forget. But it looks like we can do like a will it let me await it? Oh, the reason it's not doing that is because this itself is not an async function. So the API is even nicer than I expected. I think that's exactly what's happening here. Okay, record status is different from record state, I guess. Oh, that's kind of funny how recording state change has a different signature from get record status. So we have to like kind of manually apply this. I'm just going to basically copy this, but we need to change it a little bit. So output active is the same. And then if we want to know the current file path, it's a different thing. Get record directory. This is a little strange. Why is this? Oh, is output active? No, output active is known to be a Boolean here. So what's this? It's missing the following properties. Oh, because I need to actually... All right, got a little transaction function confusion here. So this is the record directory, but what's the record path? You don't actually give us the record path? Like, how do I get the output path? Get output path? That's not ideal, but whatever. I'm just gonna deal with any of those bugs that happen and realize that the path might not actually be here. Because it looks like maybe OBS API has changed and OBS WebSocket has not reflected that. So recording path here is like give a comment with some exclamation marks, like what the hell? How do we get this on when the service wakes up? But what we can finally do now, back to it, it's like a scene list. What was it called? Yeah, scene list. Get scene collection list or get scene list? Or get scene item list? No, so this is listing all the scenes, which is fine to have. And I'll just go ahead and JSON stringify this. In a presentable way. Okay. So get recorded status. This is the only place we call it. Okay. So we've probably fixed our issue that we were experiencing before. Let's verify that. Is recording is false? That's correct. Now I'm going to hit start recording. What's up, first time chatter? My eyes. Yeah, I know. I'm a light mode heathen. It's just better for my eyes. I'm sorry to make your eyes bleed. We all have different eyes. Okay, is recording true? So our initial state bad boy is working. But probably the path is not working, but that's not ideal. But okay, I'm just gonna refresh our little guy in here. I think it's auto refreshing, so it's not necessary to do anything. Complete recording. It stops recording. Everything updates. All right, we're in good shape. I'm just laughing at making Chatter's eyes bleed with the gorgeous bright mode, which is just so much better, especially if you ever like work outside, if you have like light around you, if you ever touch grass. Definitely recommend light mode. It's way better for your eyes. There's a reason like books are not printed on dark pages, but I digress. Uh, I'm sure I'm going to repel a lot of potential viewers because of my gorgeous light mode. My affliction, as some might say. Okay, messing around with, do we get the scene list? Okay, yeah, these are all the list of my scenes. You can see they line up with like the scenes here. I actually didn't mean to change them. Ooh, different scenes. But main is the main scene here. I want to get source list actually. Because we want to do this camera enable disable. Get, come on, give me that sweet autocomplete. Get source list? No, filter list? Get scene. How do you get to sources? Well, get source screenshot? What the heck is a you can do screenshots in OBS? That's so cool. Anyways, I think I'm going to skip this part because the camera is actually always called the same thing in every different location where the camera goes. Like I only have this one thing called main camera here, right? I can toggle it, and that's what I basically want to do is like set source enabled or something like that. Okay, so I'll create a new function, which is toggle camera. It's going to be obs.call set source. Get scene item. Okay, maybe they're called get scene items. Well, here, I'll just try it out. Set scene item enabled. Okay, and then what arguments do I pass? The scene name and the scene item ID and the boolean of whether or not it's enabled. So scene name. We might want to do this for several scenes, but for now we'll just do it on the main scene. Scene item ID. I don't know what that is. I assume it's just literally called main camera. But it might have a worse name. Oh, the fact that it's expecting a number is not great. And do I even know this number? No. No number visible from the GUI, so I need to actually query for the scene items at the beginning in order to get the camera scene or item ID. So isn't that lovely? Shouldn't be a big problem though. Get scene item ID? Get scene item list. Is it going to give me the list of the current scene or all scenes? I can't wait to find out. Your request data is missing or invalid. It's a non-object. So I'm guessing that here we need to specify the scene name. Okay, what a pain in the butt. Oh, it's no problem. No problem at all. But yeah, I might as well just do this right, do it fun. Const scenes. And we'll say it's an empty object for now. and it's a type of string to the scene data itself. And each scene has items, and each item has a name and an ID. Okay? The name is implied. And the ID will be in an object here. Okay. This feels overcomplicated, but it's not. I promise. I swear it. So we do this get scene list. Oh wow. Okay. These are the items. But we mostly just care about the ID for now. But we will want to screw around with transforms and stuff eventually. So each scene has a scene name. So the scene list dot scenes scene keys, we'll call them, because they're names and they are also IDs. And we don't actually care about the scene index. I don't think that's relevant. So I'll just say that we want to do scene list dot values, scene list dot scenes dot get the values of these, so object dot values. And we're going to map over each one, and we'll return the scene name. Okay, so these are the scene keys. Okay, so we're listing all of our scene keys, and we basically want to get the current list of items for each scene, which maybe it's excessive, maybe it's not. Okay, so for each scene key, we're going to do an async behavior, but first, what do we call our little cache? Scenes. Scenes, scene key equals an empty object. We'll annotate this that this is actually a string, a list of strings, because it is. It's just that this type safety is really bad. It just says JSON value or undefined. It should say that it's a string, because scene name is a string. But at this point, we know it's a string. Okay. Okay, so we have like an initial state for each scene. We know that there's an error here, but we kind of expect that error. Okay. So we get a list of items for each scene. I'm just chatting to make sure my Twitch app is not showing me all my chats, which is not ideal, but all of my one chats for all of my, how many viewers? 2 viewers. Oh wow. Well, you're in good company, viewers. This is a stream for elite developers only, who want to watch me work on a random project and watch me screw around with the API to OBS. Okay, so for each list, we have the scene key. Okay, so we really want to do an item list. Well, here, let's just look at what the item list is. Item list has scene items. Item list.scene items. We're going to do basically an object map, or object.from entries, because each item is just like an array, and the order here actually is relevant, but I still want to use keys. Source name, I see, because the source names are already unique. Like you can't have two, I think, at least you can't have two source names of the same type. Values. Okay, and then what is the type of the source itself? There's just an ID here. Scene item ID. And we'll also have enabled. Item.scene item ID enabled. Item.enabled. What is it called? Scene item enabled. Okay. And then once we've done all of this stuff, I'll log out the scenes. But we have an issue with our syntax here. I think we're missing a paren. No? That one did. Maybe we're missing a paren here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Come on. Yeah, look, it's telling us every key and whether or not they're enabled for every scene. Excellent. So for enable camera, we don't actually want to do this for every scene. We just want to do it for the main scene. Or maybe for a few other screens, but toggle camera. Okay, let's have a preso state for camera enabled, because preso state is basically what's shared with the client. Oh, not preso state. Cam enabled. We don't really know what it is at the beginning, actually, but preso state. Cam enabled. So to get our initial state, we're going to look at scenes dot main. Assuming that's here, we're going to look at the items dot, and the camera is called okay, these scenes are really poorly organized because they're just kind of piled up over time. Main camera. So main camera dot enabled, otherwise false. Okay, so now cam enabled should instantiate to be the correct value. Cam enabled is true. That means this code is working, I believe. But to close the loop, let's actually have a cam toggle button. And what we'll do is we'll look at cam enabled here. So, so if the cam is enabled, we say, I'll say cam off. Otherwise, we say cam on. And then we need to actually go ahead and implement toggle camera enabled. Okay, and then we need to actually implement toggle camera enabled on the server. It's just a little bit of plumbing that's required here in our very simple application. I'm just going to pass through this arg by convention. Anyways, now we want to call set scene enabled, and we can finally get the ID here, right? That's one of these things that we struggled with. So the scene item ID is equal to blah 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 dot ID. So we only want to call this if we have the ID. So it's going to be scenes.main question mark dot items. This should be here. Type safety okay. So if we don't have this, we basically throw an error. So this means I can't rename the source, but we need some way to identify it. Okay, and then we have enabled. Scene item enabled is the opposite of the current state, which is preso, which is state.cam enabled. We want the opposite set. Okay, and then as far as updating the preso state goes, let's just go ahead and optimistically set this without like subscribing to OBS itself, which won't be perfect, but okay. So now we can go back to our page, cam off. So it's not aware that the camera is currently on, isn't it? The camera is on. I'm just going to restart the server to see if that fixes it. Oh, cam off is the button that turns off the camera. So it is working, actually. Okay, so now I'll press this button here. Okay, and you can see the toggle change to cam on. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, and if I turn it off and then like restart the server, it's going to know that the button really means cam on. Okay, and it's possible to confuse it because of the way that we did things and we didn't subscribe directly to OBS. It's possible to confuse it this way, and now it still says cam off when it really should say cam on, but it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal from a usability perspective. Now that was probably one of the most useless things I could have worked on. That's the bad news. I want these buttons to be kind of vertically stacked. I think that's nicer. Let's get to something more fun, like creating a title on screen, because that's going to be pretty relevant for this project. So we can have like a text input that says what the current title is, and then we can have like a button that basically puts this title on the screen. So let's just call it like a banner. Like we can come up with our own names because no one's going to see this other than me and anyone who happens to be watching this random VOD. And you, of course, my two viewers. You're clearly paying very close attention, and I appreciate you for that. So let's create an input, which we can, yeah, like, what are the arguments for input? Value, hey, and then like on value or something, on text input, on text, on change text. Okay. So let's basically make it so that it's text that's either there's like a banner enabled and a banner text. So we'll go ahead and bake that in. And this way we can have a temporary banner like at the beginning if you don't want to like have something. Like the temporary banner could be like BRB or something. It's not enabled by default. The temporary text is just BRB. Okay, this makes sense. All right, I swears it. I swear it. So we'll create a separate function for this, a separate component. Banner control. It doesn't really need any arguments. Okay, it's just going to be like a logical grouping of two components. On change text. The button has a child instead of a title set on it. No big deal. No big deal. I'm just not super used to Tamagui yet. Okay, so we want to have new control behavior for set banner text and toggle banner. And the value here is the banner text. So because this is all happening on my computer, I'm not actually worried about there being big race conditions with typing. Even though this would be an issue and I would need to debounce this and have some sort of local value inside of the client, I'm not actually worried about this. But I am worried about getting the stuff built. So banner text and toggle banner. So set banner text and toggle banner. This is really boiling boilerplate, isn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have done it this way. If every entry here is going to be this boring. Okay, so our client side should be quote unquote done here. Yep, BRB, that's correct. And toggle banner, of course, is not going to do anything. So now we need to do this stuff on the server. We need to add support for set banner text and toggle banner. This is so boring. We'll get to the fun stuff later on, after we get to use this banner. Toggle banner. Okay, so set banner text and toggle banner. Okay, we're almost there, so to speak. As far as getting our state, but we still haven't displayed the banner, and that's going to be the fun part. Okay, and one more thing that I want to do on the client is say this is enable banner or hide banner, or just show or hide, based on state banner enabled. So if it is enabled, we want to hide banner, otherwise we want to show banner. Okay, does this work? Show banner, hide banner. Okay, and I'm just going to refresh and make sure that it still shows foobar as the banner. Okay, good. Cool. Now we're able to change some state inside of our server from the client side, but we still need to actually show the banner somewhere. So this is where the fun stuff happens. We've only been editing this home feature. I'm going to create like a new feature which is called display. And inside of it, I'll just rename this thing to display. Rename. Okay. Oh, there's icons. Lucide icons. Lucide? Huh. I'm kind of interested in doing some icon stuff later on. I don't know, I'll just comment this out so I don't totally forget about it. So for now, I'll just have a paragraph. I don't know. In here, I kind of just want to use raw React Native styles rather than using Tamagui stuff. But for now, I will continue. So basically here is pretty simple. We want to just have, we're going to grab the use preso state from before, but this is going to be used in a totally different context. This page will not be displayed in the same context. Okay, so the text will probably be here, but if it's not here, we're just going to render a question mark. And we only want this paragraph to appear if the banner enabled is true. So we don't really have any like fun animations or anything here, but that's fine. But what we do need to do is we need to actually have a page for it. So here we have this user. I'm just going to repurpose this user because we're not using user. That was part of the Tamagui starter. So here we'll have display. And we're just going to export this thing wholesale. App, features, display, whatever. It's kind of a messy directory structure if I'm being honest. But anyways, now we have /display, right? Okay, well, it's not showing anything up here, but maybe that's working. Maybe that's good news, actually. If I tap show banner, foobar appears. Okay, not with very good layout. Or no, with very good layout, actually. It's just in the middle of everything. Okay, and if I hit hide banner, it goes away. Okay. So this is working kind of, but we haven't actually taken full advantage of this. Because inside of OBS, we basically need to have this display. So I already have a source set up. It's a web source. I'm just going to change the URL to be 7707/display. I hit OK. So I'm hoping it shows foobar, but I'm not seeing it. Hide banner, show banner. Wait, are you seeing it? It's in the middle of the screen here. Okay, we're gonna add some stuff. And like I said, I'm gonna move away from using Tamagui here and just use raw view and text, because I understand the layout of React Native's view and text a little bit better than I understand Tamagui at the moment. One second, I need to do a AirPod change. Okay, so paragraph is going to become text. And text we're going to import from React Native. Yeah, baby. And then we're just going to clean up this part. So we'll just do a sanity check by saying flex1 background color like teal. So inside of the properties, like there's something called shut down source when not visible. So I think the way to refresh it is by disabling the source and re-enabling it. So I think I've just refreshed it, but it's not actually working. I want to see display have a big background color. Is teal not a real color? Display flex1 blah blah blah. Background color. What if I comment this out? Please show up. Well, here, I'm going to test on you because that I understand a little bit better. Refresh. So React Native, I thought I understood this better, but like, why is Vue Flex1 not actually working? Is Vue background color no longer as good as I thought it was? Why is it not showing up? Here, I'm just gonna like restart the server because I'm confused, super confused. Okay, this makes sense, and we turn show banner on. Why is this view not doing the view thing? Because this code is clearly updating. Font size is 100. It's a big banner. Okay? And hey, it's showing up on OBS as well. You can see this BRB in the top right corner is the working banner. Right, so we can change the banner. And now we're affecting our on-screen display. I'm just a bit confused. Uh, well, one thing that we can try, instead of doing flex 1, well, the background color should be here. Whatever, I'm just going to try position absolute. I want to take credit for this great success, but it's my layout code is broken. My brain is just broken. What if I set background? Okay. This is I know what's going on here. Hey, oh, I can change the background now. Um, so this is an issue with React Native Web Lite. React Native Web does not have this issue. I tried background because I suspected that that was the issue, that was the problem. So all I had to do to fix my background color pane was to come in here and set a. So here, I'll put this back to Flex 1 because now I understand what the heck is going on. Come on. So background color is the official type for React Native and for React Native Web. Here, I'll set it as semi-transparent so that you can see that it works. 0008, so 50% dark layer on top here. Okay. Background is the actual CSS property, so it seems that React Native Web Lite is not respecting background color, but it is respecting background. Whatever. I'm using React Native Web Lite just for fun, just to get an experience with it. It's made by Nate, the same author who makes Tamagui itself. Okay, so now that I understand this, let's just format the banner a little bit, and then I'll take a quick break. Once the banner is a functioning banner tool. Okay, something else I'll do while I'm here is I'm just going to comment out this JSON stringify because it's kind of ugly here in my control panel. I want this to be a pretty control panel with working buttons. So hide banner, show banner, blah, 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 blah. Display. So there's no background color here because we want it to be transparent because clearly we're rendering our web view over everything. Like if I put it behind my screen recording, you can't see it. It needs to be over everything. It's an overlay. And it needs to have a transparency, but we still want to have some opaqueness behind the banner itself. So if the banner is enabled, we'll render a new view. And you are going to have a background, not a background color, of like white, for example. I know, I'm a light mode heathen. I'm also going to put a padding of like 50. And I'm looking at what it looks like inside of OBS, as you can see here, because this is where the good stuff actually is happening. I'm laying it out for the purposes of viewers here. Line self, center. Oh, no, I want to do, that'll work if I change the flex direction. But here I'll just do justify content center. So here's the banner. Align self. I want it to take the full width, and then I want the text inside to be centered. I know way too much about styling in React Native. Like it's excessive at this point. Make it a little bit bigger. Maybe instead of a white background, it's an almost white background. So like FFF, like C or something. So you can have a little bit of transparency. Cool. I don't know what else needs to be changed here. Maybe FFFD. Make it a little bit brighter. Yes. Light mode heathens. Just watch it inverted if you don't like the light mode. Well, this has been pretty fun and productive. I've made some good progress here. So I can like hide the banner, show the banner. It's all happening from within OBS Studio using my new app. And I can launch the app with just one command. I just run yarn dev inside of my directory. So I'll say, I'm going to commit this code. I'm going to hide the banner because you don't actually need to see this testing right now. Close some tabs because we learned some stuff about how OBS WebSocket works. And we've been debugging our WebSockets, so I don't think we even need that open right now. We've been using Tamagui to create some cool looking buttons. They're kind of sexy, or at least they're not hideous by default. So that's better than what you get a lot of the time. So I'm just winding down for a break here. We're learning about React Native Web Lite and how it uses CSS variable names instead of like the strictly following React Native Web's conventions and strictly following React Native's conventions. So that's good and bad because I'm sure that helps React Native Lite be lighter because it doesn't need to have all this confusing processing. It just literally passes through this CSS value. Okay, so we have like integration stream. Cool, and when we come back, we can start working on like the scripting capabilities of this. And when I say scripting, I don't mean like code scripting. I mean like writing a script for a stream and also eventually like saving all of that scripting recording progress as a file. And then later we'll come back and we'll be able to like run that file that gets outputted as we'll be able to like automatically edit the stream. That's the dream, is to make it so that I can produce content for YouTube just by like pressing some buttons basically during my normal streaming workflow. So hope to be streaming a little bit more and hope to be using that to upload on YouTube. Integration stream, upload everything. Okay. So now I can go ahead and use my cool new capabilities, and I'll go ahead and say break, be right back. Okay, and I'll hit show the banner, and I'll turn off the camera, and then I'm just gonna mute my audio. See you in a minute. This has been a lot of fun. I hope my calm demeanor is able to express how fun this is. Probably not. Maybe we should do some scene ability, like the ability to just switch scenes, and then we'll move on to the script. Because there's basically 3 different scenes. There's like, or at least that I want right now. There's title, camera, and main. And this is main right now. And we don't really have a scene for title, but it basically means the camera is always off. So cam enabled is only really a thing for the main scene. And we can make our little GUI reflect that. Okay. So inside of Preso State, let's create a new variable called active scene. And we'll have a few hard-coded scene IDs, or scene keys. Main, camera, and title, which doesn't actually exist yet, but we're going to make it exist. Okay. So I'll create that scene right now. So the title scene has not much. It has, basically I'm just going to remove the camera from the title scene. And I'm removing you. And we still have this guy. All right. So we have our title scene. We just need to make it so that when the title scene is enabled, the title is being displayed. And that's going to be happening probably through the scripting feature, because I want kind of all the titles to be saved as part of the quote-unquote script for a recording, or for this Preso system. Okay, scene key, display. So yeah, display will use this as well, but for now, let's create some new capabilities. Set scene. Oh no, we've created some bad news here. I'm trying to read it inside. I'm just going to disable this right now because we're probably also going to see the error right here. I love how when there's an issue, like it takes over the whole stream. This is just a syntax error. It's very simple. Okay, so control. This is really control. I'm going to rearrange this a little bit and break some things. That was a weird issue. So we have control and display. So the index page will just be control for now. And display will import display. Okay, it looks like this is already working. So when we re-enable U, okay, no issues. Okay, so we'll create a little X stack where there's different buttons for the three different things that the three different, actually let's create this as a separate function. Button on press does something. So it's either main, camera, or title. Okay, those are those three buttons showing up. I'd like it to appear more like a segmented control, but that's not a priority right now, really. So from use control, we're going to import some things. We're going to do just set scene. And we should also display what is the current one. Okay, so the client will emit set scene, but the server needs to listen for it. Okay, so we're going to tell it what scene to select. And we want to pass in the scene key. So it's going to be obs.send, oh no, obs.call, and we call what, like set program scene? Set current program scene. We specify scene name as the scene key. Okay, does this work? That's working. Title? Oh, that's a beautiful title screen. Okay, now we should determine what is the initial scene and also display here in the Tamagui zone. So let's go here and see. Is they like segmented? No? Well, I think under stacks, right? Is it called stacks yet? Maybe? Buttons? Oh, here. See how it's segmented? That's great. And I don't know what theme to use, what color to use to show the active one, but we can do this. So show control. You can specify a theme. So for Alt2 in yellow, this appears as a segmented display, but for small inverse into after, it's not. Does W 50% do this for us? Do we really have to do 50% and change this every time the scene count changes? That just feels so funny. If I say 20%, yeah, that's, well, I guess I'll do 33%. Feels a little weird to do that. Oh, it's X group instead of X stack. Maybe that's going to do it for us. Okay, good. It appears like a group now. Now we just want to be like theme. Is it theme? Yeah. Can I do yellow? Is that... I don't want it to be yellow. Well, that's fine. I don't want to spend too much time on the aesthetics here because this is just for my eyes only. All right. Um, so I guess that means X stack is the one that can do like spacing or something. Space equals, I don't know, 3? $3? Oh, nice. That's good to have a little bit of separation here. And maybe now that we understand what's going on here, we can change the banner control to be an X group as well. Okay. It doesn't quite have enough space when we do it like that. So I'm just going to do show and hide. And it still tries to take up too much width. So I'll say width is like 20% or something. Oh, that's for the button. And then for the... this would be 80%. Okay, show, hide. It totally works. I'm going to change the ratio though, so it... Two? Oh, look at you. 3? Which one's bigger and smaller? 3. Okay. And I'll just... I do want it to look good. Okay, I take it all back. Even though I'm the only one looking at it, I want it to be nice and usable like this. So now we have our... I know it's very small for you to see, but it's beautiful now, okay? It's beautiful. It's funny how it takes up slightly different amounts of space. Okay. So cam on, cam off. This only needs to be here if we are on the main. But look, we're not even using this theme properly. So state.active scene. Okay. This is very elegant, and don't you dare tell me otherwise. In theory, I could make a separate component for this part, but it's really not that necessary. Okay. I guess the scene... What is active scene? Is active scene not being updated ever? I guess it's not. So... Oh, I know how we can fix this. We just need to make it so that our server... Like, I do wonder what the initial scene is. Why it's not... The initial state is not working. Oh, here's why. Because it's undefined. Okay, we'll make it so that the active scene can actually be set to null, because it might not be any of these that are currently active. And I'll say that's the initial state. Okay, good. Okay, when this program scene changes, we're going to mix it up, baby. Here, let's just log it out. Because I don't know what it's going to look like. Okay, so now when we change scenes... Okay, so it literally just passes in scene name. Oh. Well, I clearly wasn't reading my own code very well. I'll just delete this part. This was right there. So e dot scene name. Okay. So this is a unpleasant part. Because we need to know if this is null or not. I'm gonna make the types pass, but this is really kind of unpleasant. TypeScript runtime, like at runtime I need to know what the type is, because we have this type, scene key type. Is there like a way to check? I want TypeScript to help with this, but I don't want to spend time thinking about it. So scene name is null, and then we'll do a switch on scene name, case main. This is really hacky and weird, but it'll be fine. It's totally fine. uh, okay, and we also want to make it so that the initial state is correctly set, because you can see when the server reloads, everything reloads, it should be showing that we are in the active scene, but it's not. Okay, not cool. So probably we can do obs.call get current program scene. And then we need to have the same logic, so I'm going to extract this. Ugh. Key is a string. So now TypeScript knows that we're returning come on, TypeScript, you should know that scene name. Why do you think it's can't? I guess I'll just do. I don't know if I've done this correctly. I guess I'll say break. Oh, this is so annoying. Oh, I'll tell you what, now that we're in a separate extracted function, I'm going to just simplify this whole thing. TypeScript, man, jeez. Okay, and we'll specify here for the sake of clarity and robustness, null or scene key. Okay, so now we can use extract scene key here. e.scene name. Okay, we're almost here. We're almost here. So program scene, if we say this is awaited, program scene has current program scene name. Great. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll just copy this part. And here when we're doing our initial state update for our server, extract the scene key and pass in program scene dot blah blah blah. Okay, good. And now it just activated here. So it knows, like, when the server restarts or anything, it would know what the current scene is. And if I change to a different scene, like camera, it does change color. I know you can't see it here, but it's working. If I change to a different scene, you can see that main is no longer enabled. And then when I tap main, it activates after changing the scene. Cool. we're getting there. We're getting somewhere, at least. I don't know if there is the right word to use. We're getting somewhere. We're doing something. This is certainly fun for me. I don't know if anyone else is enjoying this. Okay, so we only want to show the camera toggle if state.activeScene is the main scene. Okay, so if I switch away from the main scene, it like doesn't even let me toggle the camera. But on the main scene, it's like, oh, okay, here you can turn the cam off and on. Okay, time to start screwing with a script, so that way we can kind of plan what we're up to and save it in case we want to sort of perform the same thing more than once. And we'll have some basically notes. And like they're even kind of presenter's notes. We could even have like a presenter note field that shows up on the control page. How's that? That sounds fun. Okay, so Prezo types can have some new types, but here I'm just going to quickly save this scene changing workflow. Because good progress is being made. No, I forgot to put my mic on. Sorry for anyone who couldn't hear. That's my bad, yo. Okay, so in the previous project, what did we have? We had some type for the script, right? Script doc. Oh, and the script doc has slides. And then there's a static script doc. Okay, I'm just going to copy all this stuff, basically. And maybe instead of... I'm thinking about it. So a slide can probably also specify a scene key. So when you activate that slide, it'll basically say, oh, you're in camera mode, or you're in something else. And also this is overcomplicated right now, or I don't really want to have children slides just yet. But a slide can have a URL, a slide can have a title, and a slide can have a scene key. They're all optional. Scene key. And also, screw it, let's say a slide can also have a note, which is not going to be an on-screen thing. It's going to be a thing that I see, that the audience does not see. Okay, I clearly have two types for slide. Now a script doc has a title and a list of slides. Okay. So we'll say that there's a let script, which is a script doc. And there's going to be like a default script, basically. Here's an example of a default script. It has title, it has slides, it does not have sub-slides. So here's like a random URL, here's a title. Okay, it's just a random example content. Ultimately, maybe on like tomorrow's stream or something, like I'll actually make some content and try to record it, and then we can, because we'll have all of the stuff that we've gotten done and gotten working, and then we can move on to the editing workflow, which I think will be really cool if we can like press a button and a video gets edited that we had just recorded, and in my dreams it gets uploaded to YouTube automatically, so that way I can be posting to YouTube literally while I stream, like a maniac, like an absolute mad lad. So let's see. We had a way to set the script doc. I think we probably have like let script in here or something. Yes, there's something called set script doc. This is my previous project, by the way. I know it can be probably confusing unless you're paying super close attention. And there's even code that deals with like sub slides. No thanks on the sub slides. Like a script should just be a linear thing, right? There's like a slide incrementer doodad. Yeah, that'll be fun to build with Tamagui so that way it looks kind of pretty. There's something I was looking for here. Can I find it? Is there a dot post? No? Okay, I'm gonna make it that myself. I want to make it so that if I want to make sure the script can be changed dynamically, and I want to be able to make a new request or something like that. So I've been playing around with Thunder Client. It's really cool, dude. It's basically like a REST client inside of VS Code. So here I can like hack on a new request. So let's see. Let's create a new request, which is HTTP localhost 3000. And we're going to want to set a body of some JSON. And this is, oh, it's a nice little JSON editor too. Auto formats my JSON. So the title here can be changed. I just hit Command S, and it looks like it saves these. Where did it save this request? I'm still getting used to Thunder Client. Save to collection. Create new collection. I want to see if Thunder Client will allow me to save like a local file in my repo. Can I add a name? Script 1. Anyways, we want to be able to do like set script. And of course, it's a post request. I mean, it could be a put request, I guess, but whatever. Okay, connection was refused by the server. Does that mean we're not even running? Oh, it's not on port 3000. It's on 7707? What? No. $7770. That's not confusing at all. Okay, so now it's basically saying the server's not ready for this kind of request. That's perfectly expected, because the server doesn't really have any handling for this. So we'll have some workflow for changing the script, and that will be handled by app.post/setScript. Because this is Express, you kind of have to manually do this, which is not great. But .catch, if there's an error, then we'll do res.send the error message. And then we just need to create an async function called setScript. Which is a script doc. And it returns nothing. And one thing it does, it sets the script to the input script. And then it will probably also do something to update the Preso state. So we'll have a separate function called handle script change. And we also want to call handle script change while we're setting everything up. I mean, we could just call it synchronously at the module, because at this point we've already got the guts for handle Preso state, and we will have the static script available. So this is a little weird, but I don't care if it's weird, I just care if it works. So now we're basically going to do a set, we're going to call this update Preso state. So the main thing we'll have for now at this moment is the title of our script. So we're going to call that Preso title. Okay, and then we'll also maybe have because there's a few pieces of information inside of the Preso state, like the active index. Let's just say that's a number. And then active slide is basically coming from the Preso itself, from the script. I'll just call this slide index. I'll call it, fine, I'll be verbose. Active slide index. Because this way, if I'm verbose, I won't get confused later. Or I'm less likely to get confused later. So I'll reset the slide index at the time when the script is changed. Okay? Okay, so now on our control page, let's display the title. Heading. Preso title. Otherwise, question mark, because we basically don't know. Probably the question mark will only be there when we're loading. So hello world, that's the initial script. And then if we come through here and we hit set script, send. Cannot read properties of title. Headers. User agent. Wow, you're really advertising yourself, Thunder client. Except, let's just say, I mean, this is supposed to be content type of, okay, that Thunder client is nice. It auto-completes all that stuff. Does that make the difference? No. Cannot read properties of title. What the heck does that mean? Cannot read properties of undefined, and it's reading dot title. Body. Oh, bad string. It's really just upset that I've copied and pasted from JavaScript. This is kind of silly. I think it's just that the quotes are wrong. We need to have double quotes. Okay, now if I hit send, what happens? Same issue. Oh, again, we're not formatting the JSON properly. So this isn't the nicest JSON editor after all. We've got some trailing commas here. Doesn't like trailing commas, does it? All right, now, because it's JSON. Now, what, we get a status OK, but we get an error of cannot read properties of undefined reading title. So, like, the server is not actually reporting any problems, so what's probably happening here is we're reaching this spot here. Like, if we should do like res.status code or something. What is res.status? How do I set the status with Express? I can't believe I'm forgetting this. Oh, literally just set res.status? Oh, you can call .next with a, oh, you can do status code. I don't know why TypeScript is not helping me with this, but basically we just want, when an error happens, we want it to be an error. Okay, it's a 500 error. Okay, good. Good. I suspect that this is not getting parsed as JSON. This is why you don't use express.js, if I'm being honest. I'm mostly using it because socket.io has an example for express.js. LMFAO, undefined. So .body is not getting populated at all. I think it's called like raw body or something. I need to use body parser. Like literally Express as a separate module to parse JSON. So I need to add body parser, import it, and then call .json. We're almost here. Come on, where's the server? Add body parser. Want to see here? Okay. So now the script changing process is working. We just need to make it so that the actual slides get applied and used. So PresoState has a active slide. And then we'll have some function inside the server called activate slide, as well as applying the slide to the PresoState. Active index should be 0. Active slide index is 0. Okay, on handle script change, we also want to do, what is it called, active slide. It's going to be script.slides of 0. And this is just when the script changes. Because then after updating the PresoState, we also want to have something called activate. Activate slide. Script.slides 0. So activate slide is not a thing yet, but we also, to make TypeScript happy, we should do it like this as well. because init slide might be missing actually, so if there's an init slide, we activate that slide. So if there's a slide.scene key, we want to do, what's it called, like set scene? Yeah, it's called set scene, and we pass in slide.scene key. Okay. So we're going to need some workflow for incrementing the slides as well, naturally. So we'll have two different sides. I forget if bigger numbers are bigger slides or not. So state.active slide dot title. So this is just that we can see it from the control interface. So there's no title here yet. We can fix that by making a title on the first hard-coded bad boy here. Okay, I was expecting this question mark to show up as test. Oh, it's because we're calling this activate slide too early. So we will do this initial handle script change after we've connected on OBS, which makes perfect sense. And I guess, I don't know if this is an async thing or not. It's probably not because, let's make all of this stuff async actually. Async function. And the reason why, wait, obviously, is because activate slide should, okay. Async await. It's kind of a sticky thing. As soon as set scene is async, then everything kind of that uses set scene should be async, including this, but I'm going to ignore that for now. Activate slide, this should be await. Now handle script change. Handle script change, okay. Okay, good. That actually did work. That was the issue here, is that test was not appearing. So back to the aesthetics of it. Like, which title is bigger? Okay. I'm not sure I want these to be part of the Y stack because I want there to be less spacing here. Okay, well then they get put up in the corner, which is not good either. So I'll have two different Y stacks. I don't know what F means. Oh, flex 1, I assume. Justify content and align items. Center, 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 center. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of all that. Okay, maybe we did want to have some of justify content or align items. Is justify content the one that we wanted? Align items, that's fine. Oh, let's remove the flex from the inner stack. And we should have the behavior that we wanted. Because I wanted space between these other things, but I wanted less space here. Okay, so the title is very small. Sorry, the title is big, but the preso title is small. So this is good. Let's do incrementing of slides, and then we'll work on the presentation part of it. Oh, you know what? It worked so well, it actually changed the scene when it activated that first slide, because I'm laughing because it worked better than I was hoping. Even better. we're already following a script, whether or not we wanted this to be a real script or not. Because scene key was camera, so now we'll make scene key main. So that way when like everything starts up, like it actually activates the correct scene. And then we'll make it so that the next thing after the first one is scene key is camera. So if we make it so we can increment to go to the next scene, it should be able to go to the camera. I think that would be splendid. And yeah, we need to decide if the title shows up on every screen or if the presence of a title means that we automatically switch to the quote-unquote title scene. And also, wouldn't the camera appear on the title scene as well? I think it would. So maybe we should make the camera toggle always a thing. Anyways, this is so fun to work on like a meta stream and be hacking on OBS while I'm using it to stream to a total audience of 1 right now. Like, this is epic. I'm having too much fun with this. This has low-key been something I've wanted to do for a very long time, so I'm happy to be up to it. Okay, increment slide. I think we already have an increment slide here, but it's not calling anything useful, so we need to go and create increment slide function. And it's going to be very similar to logic inside of like handle script change. So I'll just put it right here. Oh wait, does update preso state return anything? It should return the new state. Oops, return new state. It doesn't actually need to because we could just access the state anyways, but this is nicer. Okay, increment slide. So we're going to take the active slide index, and we're going to say that you can move forward or backwards basically arbitrarily, because I'm not worried about this being abused because it's just my own little app here. Okay. And then we'll say that basically there's a case where we don't do anything at all. And that case is if script.slides, so we'll say that const active slide is equal to script.slides active slide index. And if there's no active slide, which is possible, we just return state. Or we return the S state, because basically we don't want to go to a slide that doesn't exist. So now you have the active slide and you have the active slide index. The title doesn't change when you increment the slide. Okay, so now we have we can have active slide Nice. Okay, so now we just need to call increment slide from the client side and create a little GUI for the slide index. So let's see. Let's put this at the top. Slide control. So you're always going to be kind of like hard-coded to a certain script, or at least from the perspective of the control app. So we probably want this to be an X group. And with a button that says like plus, and another button that says minus, and then like a number in the middle or something. So this button says plus, and we're going to do increment slide by 1, and then on minus we increment slide by -1. Oh, but minus is going to be on the left side, so we need to put it above. This is -1. Now we just need it in the client. Let's go ahead and implement increment slide. Okay, we need to import this. Use control. Okay, there's a plus and minus. Let's just also make it so that there's a text in here. What if it's just a heading? Can you put a heading inside of a group like this? We're going to find out. Active slide index. Okay, the group does not handle a heading very well. What if it's like a button that's disabled or something? Okay, we have a disabled button that we'll put in the middle, and that is what has our index. Okay, looks pretty good. The font is kind of funny. Okay, slide activation works. That's great. And I can go forward and backwards in the slide. I know you can't tell because I've been switching away. One of the fun things of developing in production, so to speak. But that's the whole point of this. So here, I'll put the scene key with camera down here. So that way you can see kind of that it is working. I hit plus, it increments and the title is changing. I don't know if you can see this. It's very small. Okay. And if I go all the way back to scene 0, it changes the scene. But if I go back in the wrong direction, like basically, it'll only change on slide 0 and slide 2, because slide 1 does not specify its own scene key. And I kind of like that. It's kind of like a good dynamic, I believe. As long as something like a title or a URL will always show up. And right now it's not at all showing up. And also, how cool would it be if when you activate a URL, it actually opens the URL? Like, wouldn't that be fun? Something cool? Because like that's the whole point, is that I can script in going to a URL, and I don't have to spend time opening up a URL. So let me try to put that into the server right now, right? Like import exec file from child process. So I can have an async function for open URL. Get a URL string. And then we have like exec file. It's like, oops. If you can see the look on my face, I'm a little grossed out by this code that I'm writing. So I probably won't even talk about it. Because I'm not proud of this like API, or about like the way this code is structured. It's fine. So now we need to just use OpenURL, probably. I hope that this will work. For example, what happens if I just do opengoogle.com? This is effectively what my code is doing. Okay, open, it needs to have HTTPS, I assume. Good, it uses my default browser to open the URL. That is what it's supposed to do. That's what I want. This is one of those features that I might wind up disabling later on. But because we're already here, right, activate slide. So if this is the fun part, if there's a slide.url, we open the URL. So here, maybe like we'll have like React Native docs or something. Or here, we'll have a doc for Tamagui. So like URL is Tamagui docs, and it's going to be this third slide. Okay, so we're on slide 1, we're on slide 2, on slide 3. Tamagui, there's like a URL that's like not a valid URL. What happens if I just click docs? Okay, this is the URL. Oh, that's so great that this is like a thing. Okay, it's like, okay, we're talking, we're doing stuff, we can switch scenes, and then when we come to here, oh, so good. And what I probably want to do is if there's a URL, I don't want to be on the wrong scene accidentally. Like, it's up to me to kind of add whatever shortcuts and conveniences that I want. And I want, if there's a URL, set scene main. This is up to me. And then we return. We're not going to look at the scene key if there's a URL because we want to be on the main the main thing here. Okay, so a few more things. I want camera enabling and disabling to always be here, and I want the title. Oh, interesting. I'm considering moving the camera above everything else. Including above this app. I'm just going to do that because I think that's more intuitive if we're able to turn the camera on and off. Oh, and on the camera view, we don't even have the... yeah, this is something that will be confusing to you, I'm sure, but I'm just going to basically copy and paste the thing because here you can't see what I'm doing. But I'm basically just pasting the app in front of me. So that way, if I'm on the camera view and then I come into the control and like show like a overlay, it shows up here. Because otherwise it wouldn't show up on this scene. And same on the title scene. Maybe for the title scene I should create a background. I know you can't see anything right now, but I'm going to add a color source on the back, which is basically going to be adding this like light color behind everything. And also on the title scene, let's go ahead and put the camera in here as well. Because just because we're like talking about a title doesn't mean my face should go away. It's just like we have different layouts effectively. And only one of the layouts actually shows my screen. And the other layout is this layout and the title layout. Okay, title layout shows this bad boy. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and implement the camera. Ah! this has got to be such a confusing stream to watch. I'm not lying. Um, just gonna do a little bit of cleanup while I'm here. Okay, so for the camera toggle, I want that to be available everywhere. So I had written some code earlier that does this, but I want the camera toggle to always be here. It's just that on certain layouts, the camera toggle won't actually work. So that's a problem here. Enable toggle camera enabled. Scene item ID. There's 3 scenes that we want to do this in. Okay, so we're basically going to make it so that this happens for each scene. Might not be the perfect way of doing things. Oh. This won't be toggle scene camera enabled. This will be called set scene camera enabled. Because this way they'll all be consistently the exact same state. Scene and okay. Why would scenes be undefined? Whatever. Whatever. We're so close. Okay. For each of these guys, we're going to pass in cam enabled. Okay, so now I'm going to try this out by going into, for example, oh, also in the title, I need to add the camera. So I'm going to add a video source. Here I'm actually just going to copy and paste from main. Copy this source. I'm in title and I'm going to paste. Okay, so now this is where my camera shows up in the title scene, or in the title layout, I would say. It's like a smaller camera, but it still is going to be centered. That looks pretty centered. Okay, that's like actually centered. This is as close as it comes to centered. Okay, so now let me test camera press off. Oops, something is not working. Okay, cam on, cam off. Okay, now I need to try this on different scenes. So on the title scene, cam on, cam off. Okay, maybe this is working. Camera scene. Well, this is not a very useful scene if the camera's off. Maybe when I tap camera, it automatically enables the camera as well. I think that would be good. Let me show you what I'm up to here. So toggle camera enabled. Set scene. Okay, this is a little bit hacky, but if scene key dot, or if scene key is the camera scene, and state dot cam enabled is false, then we basically are going to toggle camera enabled. And that should probably be async as well, but whatever. So now what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to turn the camera off and then tap the camera scene. And it brings the camera on because the camera scene is really no good without there being a camera turned on here. Okay. We've made such good progress. Okay, let's make it so that this script actually shows the title. And then I'll take one more break before coming back for another little segment. Probably in the last segment, we'll make it so that the recording actually produces a file, and then that file can later be used for editing. So I think everything is piped through to this display module. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that's on state. And the banner is really like the last thing to worry about. The main thing we want to worry about is like the main layout. In fact, the banner I think should present over everything. So I'll say slide and banner, and both of them are basically going to be position absolute. And slide will be the new thing. So instead of flex1, let's do ... style sheet .absolute position. Do we import style sheet? Absolute fill object. Okay, then we implement slide. And it's going to look a lot like this. But for now, it'll just be null. Oops, slide. Okay, maybe this is working. I can't actually tell. I'm just going to go ahead and copy over this absolute fill thing. And then we'll say, if there's state, if there's const slide is equals to state.activeSlide. If there's no slide, we return null, because the whole point of this thing is to display the slide. So now we have slide.title. And, we need to actually put this inside of a text. Okay, I'm hoping to get something to present soon. It might be presenting right now, it's just too hard to see. So we already know the recipe for making something visible here is we need to... okay, that's a title. Okay, if we change... So this looks like a banner, but it's actually a title. Meanwhile, the banner can also be displayed, right? Like if we show the banner, it's putting them on top of each other. So this is appropriate aesthetics for a banner, I think, but maybe not appropriate for the title. How should we make a title appear in this context? Or when we display a title, do we display it always on the title scene? Because on the title scene, this is actually probably somewhat appropriate. If I go into the title scene, it's okay. We would just want to make it so that, and we have access to know what the current scene is. So we'll say, if state.activeScene is equal to title compared to camera, and so yeah, there's like different layouts. One thing I'll do is I'll make it so that this has a different color. Or just color. Do we have a hex editor in this workspace? No. I want to get a good color for Zerv. Okay, those are colors. Here, let me get to a place where there's no title. Oh, that's a URL. Oh, if there's no title, it still renders the title sort of banner thing. Ah! I've like gotten myself so confused now. Like, how do I want to make this work? This is where like the actual artistic element comes in, and I'm trying to rush through like the art of layout design. But I also want you to be able to see the code as I write it. So what's the desired behavior? Like, I think okay, I want to be able to edit the different layouts independently. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to create different layout components, basically, and render a different one depending on which scene is active. So we've got camera slide, main slide, and title slide. And each of them will take in an actual slide. So I'll implement the main slide first. In fact, I think I already have. It's just right here. It's not perfect, but then I'll copy and paste to the other slides. But I'm so happy that I won't have to do all this like in post. Like I can do it, like this will be such a nice experience in the future here. And then if there's no active scene, then we don't really know what to render. So these are basically going to be our only 3 scenes. I'm going to open up display in the browser so I can see what the error is that you are experiencing. Slide is not defined. Oh, okay. I remember how to code. Easy. And also we need to import the slide type, it seems. Okay. So on the main screen, we do not want to justify content center. We kind of want it to be at the top. I think that's nice. And we only want to render this if there is a slide.title or a slide.url. Then we render this thing, otherwise we render nothing. Okay, so here there is a title or a URL, right? Why would I set the color to be white? What was I thinking? That is the URL that we kind of load up when we reach this slide. Huh. But the URL color is not working. Really? So hex colors work, but HTML colors don't? That's so funny. Okay. Let's get some nice colors here. So let's say this purple color is going to be the title color. We might want to make it a little louder of a color later on. But for now, and then this blue color will be for URLs. Okay, URLs show up. We just want to make it a bit smaller, I think, because most URLs are this long. And the wrapping behavior is good, at least. 90. Oh, cool. Cool. And what if there's a slide that has both a title and a URL? Does that just botch the layout so bad? Here, let's go to a title slide. Such a title. Test. Nice. Oh man, that's so much fun. And then one of these is the camera slide. That would be it. And even when I'm on the camera slide, I can switch to the different layouts. Okay. The title slide is a little bit confusing. During, like, when there's no title actually available. So that could perhaps be improved. But for now, this is really coming along. We have these this like scriptability baked into the program. So yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of a break now, I think, because we've made some progress on like actually scripting this thing, which is really awesome. A lot of fun. But before I take a break, I will just make it so that the title of the presentation always shows up, because I think that's kind of a nice behavior. Maybe in the lower left corner or something. I think that would be an appropriate place for the title to be. So that way you can kind of always see like what is being presented at any given time. And maybe we can also make it so that's something that we can turn on and off. But for now, I'm just going to go into the display. And we do need to work on these other layouts, but that's not going to be too difficult. Like, I'm sure you can imagine what these other layouts might look like. Let's go ahead and make it so that the first slide, by the way, is a nothing burger. So that way I have an easy way to reset everything. Right, I was just about to make it so this title is here. Okay, justify content like flex end. And basically we already know that there's a Prezo title available here. Okay, good. That is the Prezo title. Now what if for the main, we want this to be like smaller, more subtle. I will go ahead and say that let's make it so the color is like grayscale, like 222, or 333. And we'll take the font size down to like 60. Or maybe 80. And then we want the padding to be way smaller on this. What if it didn't take the full width of the screen and instead it was just in the lower left corner? Justify content. What if, okay, align self, I think. Okay. Good. I will make it a little bit smaller. Let's try 70. And we want padding horizontal to be more, like 30. Okay, this is reasonable. Is this ideal? Where do we want to put this? If the title appears at the top, and the thing is, this is going to appear also in every layout. Like here it is in the camera layout, here it is in the title layout. Okay, I'm going to remove some of these extra scenes. Oh, we should have a toggle chat button. Because like there's a chat window. Doesn't matter because no one's chatting right now. So maybe I'll handle that on the day that it becomes relevant. This is the chatting layout, and I'm gonna delete it. Bye-bye. I'm gonna delete all sorts of layouts. Because on the main layout, we can still have like additional positions for the camera. So that's kind of the feature that I would add, is to kind of edit the camera layout. But for now, I'm just going to remove all of these unused scenes. Okay, maybe my end screen I will keep. Bye, but not yet. I'm not going anywhere just yet. Okay, title. All right, and I have a separate layout for main no cam. Okay, I still have a little bit more cleanup to do, but I think this is actually pretty good because I'm happy to manually select the end scene. When the time comes to leave you, it will be so sad. But this has been so much fun. I'm going to commit my code and take one more break and then come back, and we're going to make it so that there's a recording file for what gets prepared. So yeah, and the slide stuff really needs to happen, especially for the title slide. Maybe the camera slide doesn't need this stuff, but I'll just copy and paste for now, so that way it's not totally busted. It's just kind of a jank layout. And while we're here, we might as well test to see if this uploaded script works, right? Like if I hit send, it should change the uploaded script and the first section. Oh, that is so cool. Now we need to like reset it, I guess. I'm just gonna hit save on the server, and it should, if I make a change on the server, yeah, it resets. Good. Hello. Live scripted content. Live scripting. Yeah, because the intention here is to kind of collapse pre-production and post-production into my production workflow. So I'm a little crazy to go for this, but this has worked out very well. It's been very helpful to have 0, 1, or 2 people watching me do this because it's helps me stay focused. And of course, the nice reggaeton music that people probably can't hear if you're watching this on the recording. But okay, this has been fun. I'm gonna take a 5 or 10 minute break. Here, I'm just gonna turn on this little banner. I'm gonna turn my camera off, and yeah, see you back here soon. Hello, hello. Thank you for waiting, or fast forwarding, or whatever you did. Back to it. We're going to make it so that a log actually gets produced of the recording as it's happening. And then when we hit stop recording, then it'll actually save it as a file. And probably also move the video file into the same like folder or something, but haven't figured that out yet. Now is a great time for us to do that. So I'll create a new thing called the recording log. It's an array of what? Log events, like it has a time, which I'll just save as a number because we're going to want this to be JSON serializable easily. Okay, so at the time when we start recording, we're saving the record start time. So let's see, what were those events that came by? There's record status. I'm going to clean up some of these logs so that I can see what's going on. On the scene changed. Okay, here, on record state changed. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit start recording through our GUI. We got two events. One is that it's starting, and the other is that it started. And when it started, it has an output path. So let's catch this exact condition. So if e dot output state and if e dot output active and e dot output path, then we'll say console, we're going to basically append to the recording log the time is the current time that we observed that this has happened, because we're basically, well, dealing with the time is going to be tricky. Like a lot of things may be off by 1 or 2 frames, but that's not a big issue right now. Then we also want to handle the case where the recording state ends. Okay, I need to augment this type here. Oops. Okay, fine. We'll say that. Okay, so that's going to be a started event. and an ended event. And we want to specify something static like type. It's not assignable to parameter recording log event. Payload. And it says the output path is missing. Okay, this is good. It just doesn't look good because TypeScript doesn't know that there's an output path here, but I need the output path, okay? And it is here for sure at this point. And when we stop recording, what does it say? It says output stopped. And it also has the output path at the time where the recording stopped. It's actually more useful. So maybe we want to put the output path on the other event name. But we'll just put it on both for now. Okay, so now we want to implement pausing and resuming. This is going to be a really important part of the workflow, because I want to be able to, during a live stream, I want to be able to pause the recording of the final output video. And this is like the main reason why this thing needs to be built, is so that way, like, while I'm recording, I can like take a breather, take a break. Of course, anyone watching in real time will continue to see me because I'll continue streaming, but the recording, and actually I'm going to continue recording as well, but it'll conceptually be paused and it'll be edited out later in the workflow. So let's create two new types. Recording pause event, type pause, and recording resume. And also in the case when you're ending, we want to actually save this as a file. But let's just go ahead and implement resume, pause and resume, because this is such an important part of the workflow. I'm not even, I'm freaking out about it. So much so that I already have in the Prezo state is recording paused. So let's implement these two new functions. And I'll go ahead and write a function for logging, because that'll just be sexier. The code will just be prettier, and sometimes that's worth it, okay? Log recording event, and it's going to be equal to a payload here. Okay, so let's use this log recording event here. And here. So much nicer. And then the implementation for pause and resume should be pretty simple. Oh, and then of course we want to also update the preso state. So these are going to be kind of idempotent. Potentially we could have multiple pause events before having a resume event, but the GUI should prevent that most of the time. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure pause and resume are available to the WebSocket API. Nice. Okay, so now from our client, let's go ahead and make those two functions here. Okay, now we need to add like a pause button basically here in our GUI. I'm just going to kind of mimic this thing for completing and starting the recording. But here, I'll do it in a separate function. It's because it's just going to literally be a button here that shows up or not. So we need state to be here. And then if state.isRecording, if it's not recording, no, we need to pause it. We don't need to have this button here. Okay, so now we just need to have in our controls, okay, time to check this out to see if we can pause and resume recording. So I'll hit start recording. Are we rendering pause control? Okay, so now hopefully we should be able to pause the recording. Okay, I tapped it and it didn't change. It's supposed to change to the other state. Oh, that's because here's why. Is recording paused is what we need to check. So pause? What the heck, man? Let's go ahead and debug this for real. So if I tap pause recording, can we get some WebSockets to show up here if I refresh with this bad boy open? And let's open up our WebSocket type. Okay. I tap pause. And it comes back with, is recording true? Is recording paused is true? Oh, you know what? Maybe I've got this confused. Oh, if it's paused, we want to have the resume button. This is probably really obvious to anyone who's watching. You're like, why aren't you even paying attention to your code, sir? Okay, so now in theory, whatever I'm saying is outside of the video. And now I hit resume, and the video is back. And now you're watching, and maybe stuff has changed around it on the screen, or I've done something. Okay, so now I'm going to hit complete recording, and it goes away. And it actually stops recording. I know you can't see, but like OBS state is like, oh wow, you're done recording, aren't you? Like it shows me. Anyways, time to make it so that a script actually gets written, or a recording log gets written. We can talk about the workflow at some point too, because I think it's really good content. But we'll save it for when I make a video about this itself. Because why not make a super meta video? Who cares, right? It's up to me what I do. Okay, so complete recording. Yeah, recording gets completed in kind of multiple ways, but this is the main time when recording is done. So now we're going to basically have like save, like what is it? Archive recording. And this is probably like an async thing, but it's happening on response to a WebSocket event, so it's effectively synchronous, and we just should catch it in case the archive fails. Uh-huh. So I'm trying to decide like how the archiving will work, but I'll just start writing code and then I'll change it when it doesn't work. Okay, so here's our new code for logging the recording event. I'll put the archive recording function here as well. So basically we want to make sure that we have the correct path for the file that just got produced, the video file that got produced, and we want to move that into the same directory. So first I want to make sure I know where we are on the relative path. So now that the server has changed, oh, process.cwd, not pwd. Okay, so it knows that we're basically in this server, and I want to save the data in code/prezo/recordings, which may or may not exist. So So basically all the data that we need is going to be here in the log, in the recording log. So I'll grab the log to archive, and then I'll reset the recording log to an empty array for the next recording. And save recording will have the log, and we'll catch the case where it fails. Okay, so log to archive. Right, we need to make sure that save recording takes the correct argument here, which is a recording log event array right here. And we're going to grab all sorts of important information off of it. And we'll also have a recording directory. Okay, so I want access to things like makedirp as an async thing. So so I want to install what's called FS Extra, which has all this juicy stuff. Okay, cool. I'm going to resume this server here now that we have FS Extra. Resume our dev environment. Maybe we need to actually get types for FS Extra as well. At types, FS Extra. Because apparently it doesn't have types itself. Like, I would want it to, I would expect it to. But now, let's see. Yeah, it knows about it. Makedirp. So now we need to have a recording stir. Okay, so we're going to leave the server dir, and then also leave the apps directory, right? Because we're deep down in here, right? Yes, so then we're in the preso dir with 2 path escapes, and we have recordings. So we want to make sure recording stir is here. And then we also want to have a recording ID. And we can probably do that just by like grabbing the current time. I would say that's the easiest thing to do. But maybe we can find a way to get the time in a nice format. Like date dot to what does a date have? A dot come on, you know this is a date, don't you? Oh, it's new date? A dot, okay, yeah. Get UTC date? Oh. Get ISO. I want to get a nice format. Oh my gosh, this is such a noob problem to have right now. Get UTC date, and then what about time? 2 times string? Okay, this is pretty good. And then we just want to like do some replacements. Or it's literally replace all, actually. So the spaces become dashes or underscores. A comma becomes nothing because we don't need this comma. And I don't know if colons are a good idea inside of a file name either. I'll just put this as a dash. Oh, I meant to have a colon. Okay, this is a reasonable way. Like, all the recordings are going to have distinct times now. Okay, we're going to use this to create our recording ID. Right, so every time I call this now is different. So as long as I don't have two recordings ending on the same second, you're going to have a distinct name. And I guess it's a little confusing that it's sequenced this way, but whatever. I mean, I'm also going to have like file system times, so I can always sort by date and things like that. So I'm just going to copy this and say this is the recording ID. So make_dir p is going to recursively make a directory. So I can actually make it so that it has the recording directory, const recording dir is the join the recordings dir with the recording ID, because it's an actual folder. Okay, so now we can do await write file, where we take the log, we json.stringify it, and we might as well make it human readable. And hang on, does write file take the, yeah, it takes the file path and then the data. And it probably doesn't need the encoding either. So the path is the join of the recording dir with log.json. Okay, blah, 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 something is going wrong. File is a file name. The mode affects the new. Do I need to specify UTF-8? Okay, fine, whatever. I guess I do need the encoding. Alrighty, whatever. Okay, so now for the quote-unquote fun part. So I need to actually move the path that got created during the recording. So for example, this is one such path, right? Like for example, if I open up this path, it'll open up, oh, what the heck? Oh, there's a space in the path. It's going to open up in VLC because, okay, here he's talking. That's great. So where did we get that? We need to find that file through the ending log event, right? So log.find ended. So we're going to find the first log event where l.payload.type is equal to ended. So path so basically, if the path is here, which it should be, we're going to do await move. I think it's just called move in FS Extra. We're going to move this path to a different file, and it's going to also be an MKV. Okay, I'm changing this code a little bit so that TypeScript stays calm. So we're going to move it to join recording dir / recording.mkv. Okay, well, no errors here, so let's just try this. We're already running our server. It's been reloading as we've been saving. So Gonna go, oh, something's not going right. Oh, I think there was just a time when the server was broken and the front end broke. Okay, so I'll hit start recording, and we're recording. Great news, we're recording, and I can like change the slides. Oh, I need to probably re-enable this. Yeah, because things had crashed, so. Anyways, I can move between the slides. I can hit pause recording, and now I can relax. It's just you and me, live streaming audience. Don't worry. This isn't going to be put onto YouTube. Trust me. I can hit. In fact, maybe a pause icon should show up in the corner, so that way it's clear, like we're taking a little bit of a rest. So I'm going to hit resume recording, and now we're back into it. We're part of YouTube again, okay? And then I'm just going to hit complete recording, and we'll see if this, this recording end process works. I hit complete recording. Failed to archive recording. You see this? Callback must be a function. Oh, write file is not coming from FSExtra, it's coming from FS. So I can't use it the way that I was using it. Okay, so I think we need to try this again. Okay, start the recording. The recording has begun. And now I'm going to pause the recording. Now you can't, this is going to get cut out of the video. Technically, OBS is still recording right now. But don't worry, we're going to write a script that edits this part out. And we're back, YouTube. I've resumed the recording. Now, I complete recording. No errors are coming. That's nice. Now let's see if we can open up this... Okay, the recordings folder is here. There's 2 recordings entries. Okay, the first one had a failure. But the second one has the log.json and the recording.mkv. Exactly as we wanted that to be. Okay, so there's the pause and the resume. So this is the interesting stuff, is we need to actually write some code that edits the video, which I think will be epic once we do that. And I'd love to have the workflow kind of here. In fact, it'd be so cool if the edited version just kind of happens automatically, just starts editing right away. My computer should be powerful enough to edit while OBS is also cranking away. And I have an idea on what I'm going to use for this, for performing the editing. No guarantees on... I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, which is might be a record for me. Even with all these big breaks that I've been taking. I will make it... I'll give it a shot. I will see if we can implement this pausing and resuming functionality on the recording, because I think that's where a lot of the value from the stream will get captured, is can I auto-edit my videos? My God, that would save me so much time trying to edit. And even if I do want to do some manual editing, I'd love to have a workflow that... It would be a separate workflow from what we're talking about, but I'd love a workflow that produces a pre-edited file that I can open up in DaVinci Resolve, or maybe Final Cut, but I've been using Resolve and enjoying it. So, okay, recording log and archive. Okay, this is so cool. This is epic stuff. So what's the name of this thing that I keep on forgetting? It's a Node.js editing experience. or you give it like a JSON file and tell it to like go edit, and it just like produces an output video file. What's it called? Yo, what's it called? No, it's a Node.js Node.js Editly or something. Oh, it is. It's Editly. I'm like Node.js, and then I remember what it's called. So you can edit in things with like gradients. Because my dream is actually to make it so that if you change this log file after the fact, you can, kind of change some of the titles and some of the on-screen content that's happening. And eventually I shouldn't need to use an editing, like a formal editing workflow if I can just edit these files in a nice way. So it's inspired by FFmpeg concat. It uses streaming editing. Good for it. You can do audio crossfading. Multiple audio sources. That is cool. Oh, the other thing is the recording that gets created probably has multi-track audio. So we can hear the audio, but if we select track 2, and we can hear the music, but I've got track 2, and track 2 only has the, that's so cool. So yeah, VLC or like OBS is recording all the audio tracks, which is excellent. Okay. Okay, this is just going to make me more calm. Having a few other chatters in here. So yeah, the log.json is showing up correctly. So let's add Editly to our server. And okay, so this is JSON API or a CLI, but we also have, you can have an edit spec. Oh, yeah, boy. Transitions. You can have a random transition. That's such a bad idea. A non-deterministic editing experience where it kind of uses different transitions every time you run it. Allow remote requests. Yeah, you don't want that to be on. Okay, and then you specify the clips. So that's what we kind of need to do, is we need to look through this log and determine what are the different clips. And give it a duration. And is the duration in seconds? We have to assume it's seconds, right? Or is it frames? There's two things that I would assume. Okay, I'm quite sure it's duration that they're using everywhere, because I saw in one case duration for a transition is default to 0.5. You can't have 0.5 frames. So it's going to be half a second for the default transition duration. Set to null to disable transitions. Okay, will do. I'm really happy to just have it cut. Which is not clear probably if you see like, oh wow, what is with this like splashy transition that I've got on? I was kind of experimenting with stuff. I kind of want to turn that transition off if I can find the OBS like button for that. Scene transitions, fade to color lull. Okay, it's back to cut. That's refreshing. Oh, it's refreshing to have a nice cut. Okay. Okay, how cool is this? We're getting our pre-production workflow aligned into our production workflow, and now we're also going to make it so that post-production can happen while I'm still streaming, while I'm still talking about something else, while I've moved on. It'll just go and edit the thing as soon as we are done with this given recording. So an edit spec is a JSON object with this structure. It needs an out path, a width, and a height. So I assume this recording, by the way, is in 1080p. How do I see what format it's in? Video, window, I'm looking for info. Is there like a VLC, like give me metadata or something? Seems kind of obvious to just show me come on VLC, you have not failed me ever. So now is not the day to try. Playback. Oh, you can have a renderer? What the hell is a renderer VLC? Media information. Okay, I found it. Codec details. Yes, indeed, it's 1080p 30. And good. Yeah, I know it's confusing how sometimes the frames per second is slightly off. Like FPS is not exactly an integer. And that is some crazy stuff. I hope that doesn't come to bite me, because I'm just going to assume that 30 frames per second actually means 30 frames per second. Okay, so there's a default duration. That must be a default transition between each clip, is what I would guess. I guess this text is super small, most people can't see. So you can literally just await editly, and it'll like go and do an edit. So this seems so fun. And we already have this workflow here for save recording. I'm just gonna like so there's like a comment that says we're editing now. Okay, so there's defaults, and there's clips, and then audio tracks. There's so much stuff. Testing options we can ignore. Output volume, clips audio volume, audio tracks. That's kind of confusing. Like, I don't know what audio tracks does, really. I guess it's just like audio that gets overlaid on top of the audio from the clips. Like, I assume a layer inside of a clip can have its own audio. One would assume. So this allows pretty powerful editing, but there are still going to be limitations that I can see already. Like, for example, if you want to layer something over several clips, I don't see a way to do that, although maybe there's layers at the top level. Yeah, in the same way that you can overlay audio over everything else, you should be able to allow to have layers over everything else, but I'm not going to complain because this is definitely powerful enough for my needs. Audio file path. Does that mean it's going to output to a different... I've never used this thing, by the way. I'm just kind of... I've known about it for a long time, and I've always thought like it would be so cool to play around with Editly. So now is our big chance. Set an audio track for the whole video. Okay, I'm going to ignore that. And I'm going to have loop audio false. I'm sure that's false by default. Yes. Keep source audio keep source audio from clips. That should not be false. That is definitely a true. Okay, clips audio volume 1, output volume 1. Okay. We need to actually go install Editly. Add Editly. So we will set an out path, which well. The out path is going to be the recording dir plus some other thing. So we'll join the recording dir plus edit.mkv. Is it an MKV that it outputs? Or you can create an MP4 I see it automatically, it has a default edit path, but I want to specify the out path, and I will hard code all these things like width 1920, height 1080, FPS 30. They might have defaults, but I might as well hard code it for now. No remote requests. Transition has like a null default, which should mean it should cut. And lastly, I just need the fun stuff, which is clips. Okay, and maybe, I wonder if there are TypeScript. I guess Editly does not have TypeScript. Someone made something called Editly faster. That's ridiculous. Who just makes something called Editly faster? npm types Editly. I was hoping to see if there's a... Okay, definitely typed. And this one repository has types for every module that doesn't have it, that also has community support. So there's no Editly types. So we're on our own. We're in the dark. TypeScript has no idea what we're up to. Okay, each clip has a transition, a duration, and layers. So we need to go look at like what is in a layer. But here, I'll just copy that. Layer type of video is the default one, or the one that we're going to use at least. Okay, clips is going to be an array of clips. And again, a clip has layers, duration, and transition. Transition must be null, I'll say. Duration is a number. In seconds, remember that it's in seconds. And layers. And layers itself is a array of objects, whereas each layer has type of video. And right now we're still just specifying the types, but this will be very helpful for us. Time value to cut from, time value to cut to. But then why do you also specify a duration? Okay, and what do you mean by a time value? I need to read. If a parent clip.duration is specified, the video will be slowed up or sped down to match. That's cool, but also if cut from slash cut to is set, the resulting segment. Okay, you're implying that clip.duration is actually optional. If unset, the clip duration is that of the first video layer. This is excellent. So duration is actually optional. And cut from, I don't know, is this a number? And cut to. Cannot find name editly. That's fine, we need to import it. Okay, no problem, it's a default export. Edit and there are types. So who is complaining about this? Editly, editly.config, clip. Can we just import clip from editly and say that this is a, okay. Geez, I don't know who was complaining about lack of types, but it sure wasn't me. Because there are types, let me tell you. Okay, so we basically need to go iterate over our log. Because we still have access to the raw log, we don't even need to parse it. Log.forEach. And there's going to be a time on each one of these and a payload. So. Like now we're going to basically be walking through from front to back. Like this is us actually doing the editing. We're going to be populating, in some cases, we're going to be populating the push. Now either on recording end or on the time when a pause happens. That's when we're actually going to push into a clip because we should have the metadata at the beginning. So clips.push, let's put what we know so far. Type is a video. Right? Or no, that's in the layers. Yeah, so clips.duration. Oh, here's all the... What time into the clip the layer should start. Okay. But we're not really using layers very much, so every clip that we have is only going to have the one layer. So far, at least. Defaults.transition. Okay, so we don't need to specify transition, we don't need to specify duration, we just need to specify layers. And again, we're going to have only one layer per clip. Okay, so we're going to have cut from. So what is cut from? Okay, time value to cut from in seconds. Nice. And then cut to. So we're extracting a certain amount of video from the source. And also we should probably specify the source here in the layer. Layer types. Layer type video. Resize mode. Okay. Don't need to deal with that, fortunately. Mix volume cut from path. Okay. Path. Yes. Yes. Path is the recording file. Const recording file. Okay, so now for the tricky part. Oh, it was all so easy until now. Okay, so let's say we want to have something called a let reference time milliseconds, because we're going to have to start dealing with milliseconds versus seconds, so we might as well be clear here. Reference time milliseconds equals null. Now, if payload, here, let's just do a switch statement. I know it's everyone's favorite JavaScript, payload.type. Okay, so we're going to case started okay, case ended. Yeah, we actually need to handle all four types here. Case, pause, and resume. So in each of these cases, we're either starting the recording or we're ending it. So in cases where we're starting, we basically want to have reference time milliseconds equals time. In cases where we're ending, or yeah, and also, so clip.push is going to happen when we end and when we pause. And again, when we resume, we're basically just saying, instead of reference time milliseconds, let's call it start time milliseconds. And it's going to either be null or a number. Okay, we're getting it. This is so juicy, I can't even right now. Okay. So cut from and cut to. So we have the current time. Oh, here. So we need to have two variables here, which is start time millisecond and a, here, this is a clip start time millisecond and a recording start time millisecond. So this is, when we resume, we're changing the clip start time millisecond. Okay. Okay, because ended, the behavior for when you're ending and when you're pausing is so similar in this case. I'm just going to wrap it up in one function called add clip. And maybe this will need to be more complicated later, but when you're pausing and when you're ending, we're basically like finishing the part that we're going to be including in the video. Cut from, cut to. This has been a lot of fun today. This is like a really long stream for me. But I'm happy about it. I'll be even happier if this Editly magic works. Otherwise, I will be uneasy. Very uneasy to end on a bad note, but I'm hoping that we can get a very small amount of editing to work. So, cut from is basically going to be math.round. No, we're not rounding, because we can specify, and we're specifying seconds. But we will be basically subtracting and dividing and things like that. So, it's relative to the recording start time. So we're going to say that the cut from is the clip start time milliseconds minus the recording start time. And we need to convert this to seconds. So we divide it by 1,000. So basically, if these are not here, then we just return, because we can't add a clip if we don't have the values that we need. Okay, and then cut from is going to be the clip start time milliseconds. No, it's going to be the time, the current time minus that divided by 1000. Okay, I mean, I don't want to say I'm done and this was easy, because I don't know if it's going to work. But like, I feel like this is what we needed to do to like make the editing happen. Okay, now what I will do probably is factor out the edit workflow so that way we can test it independently without having to actually do a recording. Edit recording, and we pass in the recording ID. Okay, so the recording dir, we need to copy some of this stuff. Like, we need to have we need to have, I mean, these can be just removed into the module scope. Pass in the string of recording ID. Can't find log. Fair. We need to read this. We're reading basically the log file path, which is this. Read file. Don't we need to specify the encoding here? I don't know if that's necessary or not, but okay, so we've parsed the log file JSON. Okay, recording file needs to be copied over. Okay, no more type errors. Okay, so let's make a separate endpoint for editing the recording. Set script. Oh my gosh, what a pain in the ass with this. With this like Express.js API workflow. It's like app.post edit, and then we just do, again, I'm just going to copy and paste this thing. We're going to have you. Okay, so we'll edit the recording with the rec.body.recordingID. And then we basically do this stuff. Okay, let's see if any of this works. I'm a little skeptical that it's gonna work on the first try, because this is too cool of a thing to just work on the first try. New request. Can I just duplicate this request? Great. Edit. Edit. And we specify a recording ID. And an example recording ID is this one. Okay. Let me just send this request now. Connection was refused by the server. Yeah, because we're not even running the server. Who knows, maybe the server is going to have bigger issues. Yeah. It looks like we weren't able to import Editly. Instead, change it to a dynamic import, which is available in all CommonJS modules. Okay. Fix imports. What about your exports? Import editly from editly. Is that not what I'm doing? I mean, come on, right? Yeah, this looks like it should work. I'm not gonna lie. Something is whack here. Lib hook, blah, blah, blah. I mean, can we just do that? Do what you're saying? I don't know. Const editly equals import. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna make things worse. It probably will. Could not even locate the bindings file. I don't know if this is a better error or a worse error to receive. Does anybody know about this? Does anybody know? Can anybody help? Seems unlikely. Well, I just want to dynamically import something. Package.json. You're grabbing editly. Maybe there's an example. Interesting how Code Sandbox seems to like index public examples. Okay, this is not a very useful example. You've commented out the import. But let me just try doing require. I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe that's what you meant by dynamic imports. Change the require to a dynamic import. I'm just going to Google this confusing message. Like, what am I really supposed to do? Is it supposed to be an async import? What the heck? That was like a different search engine that was ranking on the top page of Google. This is clipboardy, but we're talking about editly. You solved it with the dynamic import. Okay. We're gonna try it. It's like an import with a promise. See? Like import with editly. Like, I think this is crazy, but hey. Crazy's just my speed. Like, will this work? I can't imagine this is going to work any better. Wait, what? The server started? Shh. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Okay, could not locate the bindings file. This tells me it's actually an issue with inside of editly. It looks like it's trying to use a module called GL. It's not going well. I've never used Editly before, so bad things are happening. I think this might be an issue with the fact that I'm on GL lets you create a WebGL context in Node.js without making a window or a full browser environment. So this is clearly implementation details of Editly. But the problem here is I have an M1 Mac. I'm guessing that's the problem. Okay, npm package GL. No more messing around. No more Mr. Nice Guy. We're going straight to the repo issues where this is probably going to be documented, maybe. M1. Apple Silicon. Python 3. Installing Python 3 with brew doesn't properly get linked as Python. This directory is different for Apple Silicon Macs. I cannot believe that. Does it really need Python? That makes me so sad. Let's try one more search term. ARM64. There's a closed issue about ARM64. Can't get it to build. It's fixed on node 18. Maybe. Right? If we do node version, we're on 16. Okay. NVM, do I have NVM? Okay. NVM exec 18. Node, and then the problem is I'm not calling node directly. Node is being called with inside of a different guy for the server. I could just try, let me just try the most extreme thing. NVM use 18. Now using node 18. Now who knows what's going to break. I'm going to rerun yarn because it probably needs to go get everything for node 18. Like there's going to be different pre-compiled binaries and all sorts of stuff. And it failed to even npm install. Must be rebuilt because this dependency tree changed. Oh, it's explaining the problem that we're aware of already, is GL couldn't be built successfully. And it's using npm version 5. No, npm, the version of GL is version 5. Oh. So Editly is still using a version of GL that's apparently does not build. Yarn add GL at 6. I don't know. I'm just shooting in the dark here. Let's see if this one can be installed. And if so, let's figure out how to make the resolution work. Okay, it could not even be built successfully. Must be built because it's never been before or the last one failed. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep on like throwing a few things against the wall before I give up on Editly for the day and end stream. Maybe I'll debug some of this offline. But, oh, here, there's already a resolutions field. So, GL, we're going for version 601. And the idea is we're going to convince Editly to use this newer version of GL that doesn't have bad things happening. Okay, gonna run yarn. Why is that so fast? I don't understand. I guess it didn't need to build GL. Okay, well, yarn dev. So now we're basically on 18, so we'll see if Next.js has any issues on Node 18, because I have seen some problems. But it seems like everything's working, so now let's just try to call edit again. Let's edit. It's editing time. Editly is not a function. Cool. That's awesome, because it means I actually suspect that the problem is that we have to call editly.default. And this is an async thing, so await that as well. Okay, the server has been restarting without issue. So, some progress is being made. Status, okay. That was, if that edited, it was the fastest edit ever. Yeah, no, it didn't output anything. So, I don't think it's gonna work. Let's review. Recording dir. I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna take this, const edit spec equals u, and on console.log, I also want to fix the types real quick. Editly.config. This way we get to type errors in the correct place. Okay, let's give it another try and see if it's able to log the edit spec that we expect it to. Oops, that's wrong. Here we go. Cut from must be lower than cut to. Oh my gosh. That's an actual error. This is useful feedback because we know how to fix this. We just need to add them. So we're saying the time relative to the clip start time. But we really, because the time is when you're cutting to. So you want to do recording start time here, I think. Oh boy, are we actually close to having an edit working? It's a good sign that it's taking a few seconds, you know. I'm hoping it would be a little faster than this, but because it's a very short video and it's a very fast computer. But hey, I mean, I'll wait for another 30 seconds here watching this spinner go. Because on the off chance that this actually produces an edit, I'd be a happy guy. Even if it's messed up in various ways, I would call it a day. Stream is going for, we're coming up on 5 hours here, which is it's more streaming than I usually do. Status code of 200? It made an edit. Should we watch this video? Oh my god. It like totally worked. It took like a good amount of time to edit. It was not very fast. I cannot believe this. Here, let's try this one more time because the editing workflow should happen now automatically when the recording ends. So let's see if it can. Oh, here, look, it's logged some stuff. It's talking about FFmpeg. It's talking about 30 frames per second, doing transitions, and it gives us the output file. Also, it'd be nice, I don't know if this is easy or not, if Editly even supports this. If we can specify the tracks, the audio track. Otherwise, I would be a little bit annoyed, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. There would be a way. List of arbitrary audio tracks. See audio tracks. Is this inside of the layer? No, that's inside of the actual Editly. Whatever, let's. Arbitrary audio tracks that can be started at arbitrary times. That's great. I thought that was something else that was doing that. Okay. Anyways, audio tracks is not quite what we need. We need to know what tracks to use. There's audio tracks and there's audio tracks. And Editly should support both. Because in each audio track, or in each like video file, there can be several tracks of audio. Like, that's how, different languages are supported, for example. Mix volume. Yeah, but I need to select certain files or certain tracks of audio from. Layer type is a detached audio. This is useful if you have like a voice that you want to cut in without overlaying it. Well, yeah, I guess we would need to do some pre-processing on the video file to basically select or strip out the track that we don't want. Which perhaps, it's probably like an FFmpeg command that can be used. But at this point, like, I'm going to take the win. I'm just going to like make a quick sample video and we'll see how it goes. At this point, we might as well give it a shot. Okay, and my name is Eric, and we're now testing the video recording features. And as you can see, we can give you titles, we've got other titles. Look, we can open up URLs automatically. Like it's all pretty magic. And different parts of my script will focus me into the camera view. And most importantly, if I want to like take a big break, I can take a big break and now I've like paused and like it's like this. I can say all sorts of secrets to my stream because there's like one person here. Shout out to the viewer who's still around or who is fast asleep. And I'm gonna hit resume, and now we're back. our YouTube recording is continuing, and maybe I'll hit pause again, and and now again you can't hear me. Welcome back. I've replenished myself. I have recovered, and now I'm gonna hit complete recording, and this will one day not go onto YouTube. Okay, now we get to watch to see if this editing is happening. It looks like it is editing right now. And it did 3 clips, which is perfect because I paused twice. So this is super slow. Oh, you probably can't see because it's bad crop, but I'm watching these percentage bars go, and it's like watching paint dry. Oh, you definitely can't see. I had the wrong scene selected. That happens. That's part of life. It'll be easier if I have like multiple monitors and OBS on a second monitor. I'll be able to see on the periphery that we're stuck on camera view. But I'd say this is gonna work. I'd say we're killing it. And I'm feeling a little tired. I'm feeling very hungry. This has been like one hell of a stream. So I appreciate anyone who's come here to say hi or to follow along. And I hope to get back to more normal content in the future, but hopefully with enhanced production capabilities, as you've seen me work on today. Still lots more to do on this project, but hopefully this is the point where maybe I can start doing some stuff with it, and I'll just iterate as I go forward. So thank you so much for joining. This has been like so much fun, too much fun. Like I'm just feeling giddy after like having like I didn't plan on getting this far today, not remotely. Like Editly was going to be something for a future stream, but I had enough energy to keep on going. So thanks for joining, and I'll see you all in the next stream.